is the APO trainer from Plats. Today, I am going to cover the topic of one of the configuration part in SAP APO demand planning, that is master forecast profile. This part I am going to cover this master forecast profile, univariate profile, multilinear composite profile. I am going to cover in this session. Till now from the configuration part of APO DP, I covered MPOS and planning gear created, storage and planning bucket created, define and design planning book, and model and version management. Uh, Let me take an overview glance about what we covered in the last sessions among from the configuration part. Okay. Uh, First, we started with the model version of model version. Here, model represent here SAP recommended standard model as 000 and standard version as a 000. Model represents the master data in the planning, and and version represents the transactional data in the APD band planning. The T code for the model and version is ///SAP APO MVM. We have standard model as 000, standard version as 0. Apart from the 000, remaining all versions for the simulation or testing purpose. And next, creation of a storage bucket profile and time bucket profile. The purpose of creating of this time bucket storage bucket profile is how we want to save the data in the planning. Okay, the main motive of creation of this, the main motive of creation of storage bucket profile is how we want to save the data for the planning. Generally, we are going to save the data as monthly and weekly. The T code to create the storage bucket profile is /TR32. This is our created storage bucket profile. Shall be selected as a week and month. We want to save the data, plan data in week and monthly buckets. Okay. Next, time bucket profile. The time bucket profile is nothing but how business want to view the data. The T code to create the time bucket profile is tier 30 //SAP tier 30. We already created three time bucket profiles. Like monthly buckets, weekly buckets, and month and a combination of week and month buckets. The main purpose of using this is a business. They would like to view the data in different manners. Due to that reason, we are going to create this time bucket profiles. Next, our code. Okay. The next thing is MPOS. MPOS. Yeah. The T code creation of the MPOS is //SAP APO /MSDP underscore admin. MPOS is nothing but is a structure where you're going to is a structure where master data has to be maintained. MPOS is a structure where the master data has to be maintained. Uh, the fields available in the MPOS are called characteristics. The values for the characteristics are called characteristics value combination or master data. Master data for the APO demand planning is a CVCs. Without CVCs, we can't generate the forecast values. Due to this reason, the master data for the APO demand planning is a are CVCs. Okay. The T code to create the MPOS is //SAP APO /MSDP underscore admin. There we can select the MPOS. This is our own created MPOS. which we created as a fields of infrastructure, brand, customer, location, product group, and sales organizations. We can use many number of characteristics, but it is better to use, yeah, sorry, which are characteristics we use for the planning. These are the standard characteristics in the most of the projects. These characteristics was there. And finally, once we assign the characteristics, product and location. Why? Because whatever characteristics we have, finally the focus generation must happen under product and location combination only. Okay. The next is planning area. Planning area is structured from transactional data, and a planning high level in APO. Whatever data in the planning, whatever data available in the APO demand planning, all are going to stored in the live catch application. Live catch application is the costly database. The planning area, we can assign our created MPO storage bucket profiles. They have to be assigned under the planning area. Okay, this is our creator. This is our creator planning area. The fields in the whatever the fields or objects in the planning area are called key figures. And the values, what are the values are available for the key figures, are called nothing but a transactional data. In APO demand planning, to perform the planning, the data is in the combination of the master and transactional data. Okay, this is our planning area, and the creation of the planning books. Here, why we are going to create planning books? So why you are going to create the planning books means of the entire demand planning scheme. Due to that reason, we are going to create the planning books and data views. It represents planning book. It represents the pictorial view of the interactive demand planning scheme. And the data views under the one planning book, we can create many number of data views. It is better. It is a better option. It is a better create different planning books for different fields. For example, for forecast purpose, I'm creating one separate planning book, and for let me show in the picture. Yeah, for the forecast, I'm creating separate planning book. For promotions, I'm creating separate planning book. For consensus meeting, I'm creating separate planning book. So why planning books? Why? Because if I load all key, if I put all key figures under one single planning book, the data load happens slowly, and there is there might be the issue of the authorization. Why? Because real planning team planning team need not to know about the historical data. They have sorry promotional team need not bother about the historical data. They have to be consider the forecast values. For the forecast values, they would like to add the promotions or not. There is they have the dependency on the only forecast values only. They don't have the consideration of about historical data. That means it's no use for them. That means we should remove the key figure for the plan for the promotional planning book. By this way, we can reduce the key figures, and data and system performance will get increased. Due to that reason, we are going to create a different planning books for different departments. Okay, under one planning book, we can create many number of data views. The T code to access the T code to create a planning book is SAP APO SDP 8B. This is our yesterday. This is what we created in the yesterday. And while creating planning book, at the time itself, only we are going to create the database also, and we are going to assign the whatever key figures as characteristics which we created under the person planning area. And we have one functionality as key figure attribution. Yeah, key figure attribution, we have one functionality. In this key figure attribute, we can create the auxiliary key figures, and we can change the description of the key figure. This is the two benefits with the help of key figure attributes. Why we are going to auxiliary key figures? So sometimes, for example, sorry, session slash SAP APO slash SDP94. Let me load not some other things. Yeah, it's right. See, uh, why we are going to create the auxiliary key figures? To view the this auxiliary key figures are used for the picture to reduce the manual efforts. For example, here I would like to see the past 2 years history in a single click itself only. Past 2 years history in single click itself only. Due to that requirement, I created two auxiliary key figures. Which one key figure is stores the last 1 year history, and the second key figure which stores the last uh, past to second year history. In a single click itself only, the all history was is going to show here. To get this to copy all these history figures to the previous to these auxiliary key figures, so we have to create one macro. At the time of macro, I will tell about what the use of macro, all those things. With the single click, whatever the histories are available in the past periods is going to be shown in the single click itself. This is the benefit of creating a auxiliary key figures, and this auxiliary key figures will not going to save in the database. It's just like as it's just like as a mirror image of the but historical key figure. Okay, it will not it will not do any planning. It will not store in the database. It's just like a temporary resource. Okay, this is the benefits of the auxiliary key figures. And this is about the planning book. Planning book and data view. Uh, after all creation of after all completion of this configuration, finally businesses, developers all are going to view the results in the single screen. That screen is nothing but an interactive demand planning screen. The screen is nothing but the interactive demand planning screen. Okay, the decode to go to the interactive demand planning screen is // SAP APO /SDP94. This is the T code where we can where we can see the inter demand plans. Here, inter demand plans is nothing but the pictorial representation of the. It's not a picture representation. It's a screen where each and every aspect of the demand planning going to show in a single picture. Okay, 90%. Most all users and all developers view the data, view the data and make the changes in the data with the help of the screen, with the help of the entire demand planning screen. Okay, and you can in a simple term we can represent it as a pictorial view of the pictorial view of the planning. To get this pictorial representation, we need to create we need to create the planning books and data views. With the help of this planning book and data views, this pictorial view will be get enabled. Okay, let me tell how we are going to demand planning, how we are going to access our characteristics key figures. Let me show you a small example. Okay. I created my own planning book. The name as ZAPO underscore UPL month. Okay. Suppose let us assume I am the client. I want to view the data. I want to view the data. I want to view the data. I want to view the data under this planning book. And I created my own characteristics. Let me how let me show you how we can load the data into this screen. First of all, I would like to go with the whatever brands I created. Okay, I created some brands B1, B2, B3 like that. I would like to make some values. I would like to maintain some values for that brands. Okay, first of all, just click on this shuffler. In the show option, just select. These are the characteristics which I created under which I created. Okay, this will get enabled. This will get enabled once we selected the planning book. Here I selected the planning book as ZAP UPL month, this which I created yesterday. Under this planning book, I assign these key figures. These characteristics are assigned: APO location, product, brand, this customer group, production type, and these are the all characteristics I get assigned at the time of planning book creation. Due to that reason, it get enabled here. Okay. Now I would like to load the data. I would like to load the data. I would like to give the values give the values under brand. You select the brand. Uh, yeah, B1, B2 brands are there. Under brands, two brands I created, B1 and B2. Just I would like to go for all brands, not even for the single brand. I would like to go for all brands. Just I put the brand here and I click in the adapter. It displays whatever brands are available under my planning book. They are got displayed here. I would like to give values for one by one. For brand one, I would like to give the history values. History values. These are the all I would like to give the history values for the brand one. The history values has to be given in the past periods. Okay, let me scroll in the past. Okay, here I am giving it as a, we can given history values manually as like this: thousand, 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 or another way to give the values. If you have an option is the distributor, just click on this distribute function. Okay, in this window I get the options like start date, end date. I would like to give the values for the history only, for history key figure only. That's why here I get put the values as 1000. In the operation, we have different operations. Is equal to, which means that the value is written in each cell, which means that here whatever start date, end date I given, in in between all these dates, in between all these months, this value 1000 value is equally distributed if I given equal to. If I set as a place, the value is added to the existing value in each cell, which means that 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, like that is going to increase. Like that, we have different fields. Double equal to the value distributed evenly over all cells, like that. Okay. Here I'm going to select equal to. Okay. And I would like to give the values for the history key figure, which is get started from month end 2018 and up to, I would like to give the values month 10 2020. Okay. Mm, see, this is the history values get populated for all fields as 1000 up to 10th October 2020. Okay, here we get the history values. Like that, we can load the here, which it means that for the brand one, the history values are thousand for the brand one. Like in a similar way, I would like to give the values for the brand two. It will ask for data. Yes, I would like to save the data. Yes, for the I would like to give the data for brand two. Okay. In a similar way, I'm going to distribute per month. I'm going to give the history values only here, up to 10. Here value I would like to give as 1000. Here instead of, I would like to increase the history values for every month. I would like to increase the history. I would like the increase the values every month. For that reason, I'm here. I'm selecting as plus. Okay, accept. I'm sorry, I didn't get the value. Sorry, it's there. Values are there. Distribute. 2020. Okay, now I get the history value like this. Uh, okay, here I would like to distribute equally for all fields. Now I'm going to save this data. Save. The data gets saved. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Here I'm taking the wrong as a wrong field. Up to I need up to 2020 only. 1000. Yes. You can select this thing. Oh, first of all, let me make it 0. Then I will assign it later. 0. Then all the values are all blank. Okay. Now I'm going to save here. Now I'd like to distribute the values from month 2011 to up to October 2020. The key figure is 1000. Okay, fine. Okay, now the brand two values is I brand two values are given as 1000 and the brand one values are given as 1000. Save it. Like similar way, we can give the values with respect to location level. API product level, just like in the same way. Select the product, select the API product, and give the product name. That means for this product, we can give the values. Okay. Uh, Here I would like to see the all brand values instead of single values. I would like to see for two brands at a time. Simply load the brand, select all. This is the select all button. Just load the data. 2000, 2000. Why? Because for brand one is 1000, for brand two is 1000. For the addition up to this, you get the values of 2000. Here we want to know. Here we want to know for which brand what is the value. Here we directly give us 1000, right? But in the real time, the values are not like that. It will be the values will get different values are there. Here we want to know for which brand the values is the overall brand values is whatever brand values the total brand value here is 2000. But I would like to know for which brand how much the quantity among this 2000. For which brand how much the quantity of brand one, how much the quantity of brand two. For that, we had to do some small change. Here we had to click here header information tab is there. Click on that. Click planning version. Here I would like to see the data in the brand level. Just I select the brand, execute. This is it shows the total. That means I selected all brands. That's why it shows total. If I select brand only one, it displays only brand one. Here if you see, it displays only brand one values. If I select here brand two, it displays only brand two value. Okay. Now I selected the all brands. Now I'd like to know for which brand how much the quantity. Just if you click on the if you click on this button, there's a detailer option is there. Just click on that. Just see here. This is the brand one values for history values. This is brand two history values. Like that, we can see the data. We can see the multiple. We can see the data for multiple brands at a time in a single screen only. And we in a similar way, you can check the forecast values. These key figure values, the benefits I will cover in the later session. Once I started the topic of the statistical forecast techniques, then I will show the what is the use of this forecast key figure, remembering all these key figure values. First of all, let me see how we maintain the data in the inter-domain planning screen. Okay, this is the way how we load the data, how we load our own data, and how to give the values, how to check the values, and how to disaggregate the values, how to disaggregate the values. Okay, here I'm going to save my brand level data under one selection, which means why I'm going to select this brand level data. Let me save it and then I will check. I will okay. Let's see. Let's brand. See why I'm going to select why I have saved this brand level data means okay, now I selected it by now I loaded it directly. After some days, I want to view the data for brand level. At the time also, if I don't save it at the time also, I would like the same. I would like to go to same procedure to select this brand, and here I have to select the brand. Click it and select. I have to select all brands and load it data. To avoid this confusion, I saved this in a selection ID. Selection ID. I save all this brand under one selection ID. And how to access the selection ID? Just which I select whatever I selected the selection whatever I save the selection ID. So this will get stored in the selection profiles. Okay, just double click on the selection profile. See, this is my save selection ID. Just drag and drop this here. Save, click. Here I get my data. If I right click on this, data will get it. You get the data like this. Okay, this is the use of creating selection and saving selection IDs. See, now I get the product. No, I would like to go with the all brands only. Just select on this. This is whatever I saved the selection ID. This is the use of selection ID. This is the use of the selection IDs. Okay. In the projects, in the projects, we create multiple selection IDs. Under the selection IDs only, we are going to view the data. We're not going to load it manually. Like what is the product location? Like we're not going to select the data like that. Why? Because in the projects we have more data. We have more data. Due to that reason, we create the selection IDs. We directly click on the selection IDs and view the data there by with the on the basis of selection IDs. This is the use of the selection ID. Now I covered what is the selection objects. Selection objects are nothing but whatever characters we want to access. This is nothing but selection objects. Selection profiles. And selection profiles is nothing but where we in this area we can say our selection IDs, our saved selection IDs. Okay. This planning and database anyhow we already covered in the planning data here. And this macro. This will I will cover in the in the next session, next coming sessions. I will cover this macros. This is a 1 hour topic. Okay. At the time of planning book creation, we selected. Let me show that here. SAP APO. STP 8P. See, under this planning book, I selected promotion, univariate, multilinear, linear, and composite forecast. Why I selected these fields means at the time of generation of statistical forecast, at the time of once I started the topic of the statistical generation forecast, at the time you get to know that what is the use of these terms, this univariate forecast pattern, multilinear regression pattern, and composite forecast pattern. Why? What are the use of these fields? Once we load the data in the planning in the interdemand planning skills, I would like to generate the forecast. Let me show you a sample here. You get to know that. Here I would like to run the univariate forecast. If I run the univariate forecast, no profile exists. Because I didn't get any profile. Once I created the profile, then it will then the values get reflected in the forecast key figure field. If I didn't create the selection forecast profile, due to that reason, we get one pop-up message. We get the pop-up message like no forecast profile exists for this planning area. Okay, once I created the planning profile, statistical forecast profile, then we get the values and you get to know about this use of this forecast field. Okay, these are the buttons get enabled. These are the buttons where we get enabled the time of planning creation. Okay, and this is the refresh button, and this is the maintain user settings. The user settings. This means that if you want to hide some key figures, if you would like to do, if you want to hide some key figures, we can do it here by simply selecting this. So by simply enable this option. If you don't want to see this field, that means if you don't want to see the fields or some other users don't want to view these fields, we can we can we can simply selecting these fields. Okay. Uh, next is unit conversation. Here in the unit of this unit conversation, we can change with the on the demand of the users itself only, but it will not use that much thing. Navigational part built on this I will cover at the time of aggregation disaggregation. Viewer settings, others. Okay, this is about the this is about the main. This is about maintaining the settings. Then next. Uh, this already about the distributor. If you want to, instead of entering manually, we can select this button. Let me go for the graphics. In the previous sessions, time of introduction session, I already discussed that the use of the main feature is we can view the data in pictorial representations also by using this graphics. See, we get this value like in the pictorial representation. Here I would like to see in the bar graph print short table with graphics. See the combination of table and graphics. Graphics. Chart. Like this, we can view this data in the different manners. Okay. Uh, okay. Fine. See the next is save locally. These buttons, these fields will use if you want to save this if you want to save this data in the Excel. If you want to save this data in our PCs under Excel folder, if you directly click on this save locally, just give the you directly go into the access in CSV format. You can save it in our system. Okay. Upload. We can upload the data. We can upload the data with the help of Excel also. Okay. How you upload data in Excel also? First of all, we had to save this in locally. After you save this in your machine, in your personal machine, so we have to give the values. Let me save RTR. Save. Hello. In my personal PC gets saved. Yeah, I'm using the remote connection. That's why it will get shown in this thing. No? See, the always gets saved here. Okay. Now I'd like to change some values. Like here, I make some changes. Is it 3,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, and save that one. Yes. Save. Desktop itself, I would like to save. Tier 1. Okay. I would like to the upload file name. Tier 1. Allow. File cannot be uploaded. You get the error message. We can check the error message. File has no technical information. Save it file again locally and make sure technical information. Yeah, you get some info. You get some error. We get the information like this. Why? Because I'm the remote connection. That's why I get some inconsistency. That's why it's not allowed to me save the values. Normally we can upload the values like this way. You can change the values in the planning directly with the help of using Excel. Okay, like this. The next button is these refresh alerts. Sending mail. Send it will send the mail. It will get this will send in the mail. You can if you with this button. Display a refresh alerts means at the time of alerts, at the time of alert copies, I will. The next is alert monitor at the time of alert itself. At the time of alert, I will cover this topic. Display note. Okay. We would like to add some notes to our particular fields. Okay. On this field, this is the assumption value I provided. I would like to remember. Okay, on the month, on second month 2019. I would like to add some more values to remember this one. That means if there is any, I have like sorry, I'm sorry. We can add your own note, just like reminder, just like in notes we can add with the help of this button, display note or the graphic. Just give it as a hi. Save. We get the if any field get labeled, we can get the symbol like this. Cell has a note. If you click on that, just if you just select it, display note high is there. Okay, like that we can add the notes. This one I will cover at the time of aggregation disaggregation. Okay, and this is the key figure selection. Here I would like to see some key figures only. Not I would like to. I would like to see only history key figures only. With this button, you can see the specific key figure, multiple key figure. Here is here all get selected. That's why all get visible here. I don't want to see all key figures. I would like to see only history key figures. Just select the history key figure. Like this, we can see all key figures. Macro build at the time of macro, I'm going to discuss. And this is the toolbar options, which tools we want to view, suit or for additional functions. Okay, this is an additional thing only. connect certain points in a trend line. This activity, accurate smoothing. This will be these all are the extra. These all are the. I will cover the time of macros alerts at the time of I will cover all these fields. Okay, these many fields we have. These many flexibilities we have in this entire demand time. Okay, this is about the entire demand time. Mm, okay. Okay, this is about the entire demand planning scheme. In the glance, in the overview, I'm going to I'm going to conclude this entire demand planning concept. Entire demand planning is nothing but the pictorial representation. It's nothing but a pictorial representation of the planning data. Whatever data get planned and whatever data we have to view and whatever data we have to be change, these are all things have to be then under one screen is nothing but the entire demand planning screen. In this entire demand planning screen, we can create the selection views by using this selection object field, and we have to select that selection views. If you assign that selection views in a particular selection profile, we can access the selection view at what time you want. If you want to select, if you want to view the particular data after 2 months, with the help of selection profiles, we can view the data and macros at the time. Whatever macros were created in the system, and we assign this macro and default macro that all get show in this area. At the time of macro, I'm going to discuss about this field, and and share the details about these buttons which we are using in the entire demand planning. I already shared that, and specify the users of this button. This is about the entire demand planning. Here I'm going to save all this data. Then now I'm going to start the topic about statistic master forecast profile. Here I am going to start a topic about a master forecast profile. Under this master forecast profile, we have univariate forecast, multilinear forecast, and composite forecast. Let me give a brief explanation about this concept. Then I will. Then after this, I'm going to the configuration part. Okay, not bad. Okay, master forecast profile. Okay, in this process, we create the forecast profile, on which automation calculation of the forecast is based. Means that by the help of master forecast profile, we can create the master. We created the, we are going to create the master forecast profiles. By this master forecast profiles, forecast values get generated with the help of already inbuilt algorithms are available in the system. The help of inbuilt algorithms, forecast values get generated by creating this master forecast profiles. Okay, to generate forecast in the technical, you can say as statistical forecast. Statistical forecast in APO. can be done by three methods. Okay, to generate the forecast statistical in APO-DP, it can be done by the help of three methods. Those are univariate, univariate, number two, causal analysis, or multilinear regression, multiple linear regression. In simply, we can call it as MLR. Third one is a composite method. Okay, by these three methods in APO-DP, we can generate the statistical forecast. 99% in the all projects, univariate method is only we going to use. This causal and composite method we are not going to use. 99% in the projects we are going to use for univariant. Only 1% is going to use causal or composite method. Here I am going to cover about the univariant forecast technique. Okay. In the univariant method, SAP given all kinds of SAP provided, so not given. SAP provided all kinds of predefined formulas. Okay, in the union SAP provider most of all it provides most of the all kinds of predefined formulas, nothing but inbuilt algorithms to generate the statistical forecast. Which means that let me show it. For example, this is the history values. These are the history values, the pictorial way, and the forecast for this history values are also like this. Under univariant method, we call it as a constant method. Constant method, which means that if the history values are in a steady manner, the forecast values are in a steady manner. In generally, we can know that this is the values we'll get with this history, but by the system level, system already built a constant algorithm. The name is constant algorithm to get this constant value with the constant history. Like that, in a similar way, we have, if the history is like this, it is increasing. If the history is increasing, the forecast also get increasing like this. Okay, you get the forecast also like this. To get this value in the APO-DP, SAP provided standard method or linear regression method. Linear regression method. Like that, with the dependency of another example, uh, if history is like okay, I'll say that okay. Okay, quick pencil. Okay, the history is like this: sudden rise, sudden, high and rise, high and rise. The forecast is also like this only. To get this for forecast values, SAP has inbuilt method like trend method, trend method. Like that, we have different methods with respect to history values. That is why that is the reason we are going to use the APO for the planning purpose. Apart from these things, apart from these methods, we have some forecast errors fields. By this forecast error fields, we can do the auto tuning. I will discuss in I will discuss it later. This is about this in variant method. Let's say about all kinds of different formulas. Okay, let me provide some formulas to you. Yeah, yeah. Mm, yes, right. See, in the under unified forecast method, we have constant method, trend method, seasonal, others method, etc. We have the many models. Let me see the constant method of functionalities: exponential smoothing first order, exponential smoothing order with alpha adaptation, moving weighted methods, and cross chaining. Under this constant method, we have some sub methods depending on the constant, depending on the historical values, depending on the historical values. So we can use it under okay if it's a constant method and this is constant for some period and some period there is no values. The some period for some other period there is no values. And for example, for example, I have history like this. For 1 month I have history. For second month I don't have history. For third month I have history. For fourth month I don't have history. For fifth month I have history. And we get the forecast values also like this. This forecast value will be get with the help of this moving average method under constant. Like that we have sub methods. Like that we have so many forecast methods. By using this method, so we get the statistical forecast values which provide the accurate results. Accurate results, 90% accurate results. Okay. Apart from that, apart from that, apart from this method, we have act forecast errors. These forecast errors, okay, with this forecast errors methods, for example, for example, uh, business by mistakenly he selected trend method for seasonal forecast values. Okay, actually the history is seasonal, but we user selected by mistakenly the trend model, which is not suited to the historical values. With the help of these forecast error, user get to know okay he selected the wrong method. Then he made the changes. He selected the other method. This is the use of this forecast errors. With this forecast error methods, we can get to know that okay this method is not suitable for this history values. It's time to change the forecast. It is time to change the forecast method. Okay, this is the use of this forecast error method. So this much flexibility we have in the APODP, and this is about the statistical forecast in APODP. Let me go for configuration part. The configuration. Okay. To generate the statistical forecast, to perform the statistical forecast, we need to maintain the forecast profiles. Okay. To perform the statistical forecast, we need to maintain the forecast profiles. With the help of this forecast profiles only, we are going to generate the forecast values. System is going to generate the forecast values. Otherwise, without maintaining the forecast profile, it's not possible to generate forecast values. Due to that reason, we are going to maintain the forecast profiles. The path to maintain the statistical forecast profiles, to maintain the forecast profile, is APO, demand planning, uh, environment, C96. This is the T code, and this is the path where we are going to where we're going to maintain the forecast profiles. The T code is uh, T code is /n/SAP APO /MC96P. Okay, just directly double clicking on this file. Okay, under this master profile field, planning area. Planning area. Here we had to give our planning area. Select from this one. We have created planning area is ZAPO UPL. Okay, why? Because we are all going to work under this planning area only. That's why I'm going to this planning area. Give a new name. Give a name of the master forecast profile. ZAPO underscore UPL underscore stat underscore const underscore C, constant method. Give the description. Constant method. Okay, the description. Here, for what key figure we want to see the forecast values. This will depend for what key figure we want to see the forecast values. Just select from auto filter. Here I would like to see the forecast values for this forecast key figure. I'm going to select this forecast. This life cycle planning, life cycle planning topic, which is going to start after two sessions. Okay. Here the forecast horizon, history horizon. Here in the planning, while creating a planning area, I provide the 24 months past history and 24 months future forecast. That's why simply I'm giving it as 24. Okay, and instead of that, we can give the from and to date also. Okay, we can do anything. Here the offset means, which means that you don't want the forecast for the 2 months. If you want to, if you don't want to need to see the forecast for 2 months, just give the offset as 2 months. For the 2 months, we can't see the forecast values. Okay. This 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 means under this master forecast profiles, which models we are going to select: univariate, multilinear, composite. Univariate, multilinear regression profile, a composite. I would like to go for univariate profile. Okay. After creation of the univariate profile, here I'm going to after creating this univariate profile, then I will go to select this option and I provide the univariate forecast profile here. Okay. First of all, let me create the univariate profile here. Give the profile name ZAPO underscore UPL underscore stat. You can give any name, but I'm for convenience purpose, I'm giving the name with respect to the method. With respect to the method. C. Okay. Uh, let's get blocked. Sorry. Okay, constant key figure, historical data. Here I'm going to create the univariant profile. First of all, I create the master forecast profile. Under master forecast profiles, we have three methods to generate statistical forecast. One is univariant, another one is multilinear regression, and third is a composite forecast. Among all these three methods, I'm going to select the univariant profile. Now, under this univariant forecast profiles, I'm going to select the which method, and which means that which methods I would like to by using which method I would like to generate the forecast values. For example, my history values is the constant value. Here select here put the read historical data. You put the history data, historical key figure, history. The version is standard version 000 anyhow. That in the model parameters, I'm going to select the forecast strategy as a constant method. Is the forecast strategy is nothing but the which method we are going to use it to generate the forecast for the history values. If, like, for example, the history values is a constant method, here I am going to select the forecast strategy as a constant model. See, constant model. If the history values is are exponential in the continuously increasing, I'm going to select it as seasonal linear regression. Okay, now the my history values is the constant method. Then I'm going to select the constant model. Okay, just click on the show proposal. Okay, okay. These alpha, beta, gamma, sigma values all are for fine tuning purpose, which means that uh, my history is a constant. Okay, I selected the constant model, but whichever model I selected is not suitable for my forecast values. I get to know with the help of these errors by selecting by seeing all these errors. Once I generate the forecast, once I created this profile, after saving this profile, I execute the method in under in an integrated demand planning scheme. I get the forecast errors. Forecast errors, I get the forecast mad, MSC, RMSC, MAP, MP. These are all I get the error values. If the error values are high, which means that this method is not suitable. This method is not suitable. Uh, then I would like to select another method. If I select the multiple methods, also I am getting my errors will not get reduced. Then I am going to change these values. By I'm going with these values, the error forecast values will get changed until I satisfied error value. I'm going to change the values here in this field. This is the use of these fields. This is nothing but the fine tuning. Okay, save single profile. Single profile saved. Okay. Mm, let me create all profiles. Then I will tell about this thing. I created one univariant profile as a constant. Now I would like to create a trend model. Trend model by simply trend. Histories are the same. The forecast strategy I am selecting as a trend model as this forecast with trend model. Okay, I'm just going to save this profile. Okay, the similar way I'm going to select trend and seasonal. Seasonal. Forecast with seasonal trend models. setting it. Sometimes I don't know which method I to use. For that history, some history values are like zigzag manner. But the history is increasing. It is like stock market. You know that stock market is we don't know how at what time it get increased, at what time it get decreased. Right? Another situation, SAP recommended one standard one another model as the auto model. Auto model. Auto. Okay. Here the here I'm going to select the auto method model selection process. This is the model where automatically for SAP recommended auto model if the history values is in a inappropriate manner, like zigzag manner. Okay. This may okay. I created. If you see here, these main profiles I created. Anywhere for this main anywhere profile I created. Now it's time to assign the which model I have to use for my master focus profile. Okay, if my history is a, if my given history is a in a zigzag manner, then I am proceeding with the auto model. By simply setting this auto model in this, I am going to this profile. Oh, enter height. Sorry, I'm sorry. Here I forget to give the period indicator. Here period indicator is nothing but like monthly. Most of the in all cases we use the monthly itself only. In the rare we in the DP projects we using it as a monthly indicator itself only. Okay, and I'm going to save my profile. Profile gets saved. Yeah. Now see the changes. Sessions / SAP APO / SPP 90 STP 94. This is the T code where you can where you're going to access the this is the T code where we are going to access the entire demand time stream. Here, let me load my data. Brand data. This is the data which I have. Here, I am going to generate the forecast by simply clicking this. Click loading. Just a minute. See, this is the history. What I have. 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000. This is the history values what I have. For these history values, the forecast value is generated as a 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000. Okay, now I'm going to save this value. Value gets saved. Now the forecast is 2000. If I give anything, if I give the constant model, see here the master profile is C. Under this master profile forecast profile, I selected the auto model. Auto model. And apart from auto model, I have the constant model, 10 model, 10 scissor model. If I give any model, the forecast is the same. Why? Because here the values are the same. That's why it provides the same value itself only. Okay. Here we can. Here also we can change the model. If you don't satisfy with these values, just change another, give another model, and execute.
Either we get the values here. Okay, model, auto model. Here the I forget as auto model. Origins, 24 months. For 24 months you're getting. If you want to restrict for some 12, if you want to restrict it for from and to date, we can give it here. Parameters, parameters for fine tuning. That means you are not satisfied with the values. We can change the values here. Alpha values, alpha and values, alpha increment values. We can change the values here. After changing these values, just check the forecast errors. Forecast errors. Forecast errors will get displayed once we change the values here. Okay, this much flexibility we have, and we get the messages also. Auto correction performed, no auto exists. Required time for forecast 0.0. Model correction is 2. Test called season test not possible. 10 test called 10 test negative. Just get like that. We get the messages. Okay, these are things done. Everything is okay with this history values. We done this. We perform all these parameters. Like this, we get the details about the planning. This much features we have for the APODP. Due to that reason, due to that reason, we are using APODP tool as a for planning. See, the values get saved. This is how forecast values are get going to generate under AP by using this APODP tool. Okay, uh, like that, like that. Like that we are using like that apart from univariate forecast and apart from univariate forecast for statistical forecast we have another two methods, multilinear and causal, multilinear and composite, but those both are not used in most of the projects. That's why I'm not going to cover this about the among these two. Okay, this is about today class. Let me summarize, let me conclude by the today topics. The today class I covered about the entire demand planning scheme and master forecast profile creation. Uh, entire demand planning scheme is nothing but a picture representation of our data, uh, of our data, and in the and come to the master forecast profiles. By using master forecast profiles, we can create the forecast profiles. We can maintain the forecast profiles where the forecast going to generate. The forecast files are going to generate. Okay, the T code to maintain the forecast profiles MC96P. Uh, uh, and we have three types of statistical forecast methods. Those are univariant, causal, and composite. Among these three, we are using univariant. Under univariate, we have different types of different models to generate the forecast values, like constant, trend, or linear regression, exponential smoothing. Like that, we have many number of algorithms, inbuilt algorithms, which provide the statistical forecast value according to the history values. Okay. Uh, once we okay, this is about today class. In tomorrow sessions, I am going to cover about the remaining topics, which in the coming sessions I am going to now. Till now, I completed MPOS planning area, storage bucket, time bucket profile, master forecast profile. Under master forecast, I create only variant profile. I skip this multilinear and composite forecast profile because in a 99% we are using in 99% projects we are using univariant profile. That's why I'm not going to cover this multilinear regression profile, composite profile. And I completed this define and design planning both and interactive planning. The remaining topics in configuration part is propagational factors, macros. These two are remaining, and pass to SNP. These three are pending. This will I'm going to cover in next session, sir. and I will also cover the features of the APO-DP. One of the features like life cycle planning, realignment, and copy. These are the features we have. I will cover in the next session. This is all about today class. We will meet in the next. We will meet in the next session. Thank you.
Hi, this is SAP APO trainer from Iplarts. Till now, I covered the configuration part. Under the configuration part, I completed up to creation of master forecast profile. And today, I'm going to start about proportional factors. Sorry, today the remaining today I'm going to start about features, the important features of SAP APO-DP. We have important features like macros, alert, lifecycle management. These three, these three I'm going to cover in the configuration part. For today, I will take care about lifecycle management. Okay. Before going to start the lifecycle management, let me recall till now what I covered, which means that up to forecast profiles, I will show you a glance. I will show you a glance. Let me start. Now I'm going to connect my remote connection to access this to do the configuration part. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'm sorry, I'm typing a wrong password. That's why now it's connected. Okay. Um, okay. Yeah. In the configuration part, the first step is the creation of the model and version. The T code to create the model and version is action/SAP API/MVM. We have SAP recommended standard model as a 000, standard version of 000. Model represents the master data to do planning in the master data of the planning, master data, which is involved in the planning. Version represents the transactional data, which involves in the planning. We can create a number of versions under single model. Apart from 000, whatever planning versions we created, those are all belongs to the simulation purpose, simulation or testing purpose. But 000 is a standard version. Whatever data is present in the demand planning, that should be assigned to the standard model or standard version 000. This is about the modern version. The next is storage bucket profile and time bucket profiles. Storage bucket profile is used how we want to save the data in the planning. While doing planning, how you want to save the data. the T code to create the time bucket profile is /n/SAP APO /tr32. This is a one created one. Here I'm going to save my data in week and month. Here we can origin whatever date we can give. This is not a problem. It's better to give it as a five years past and 5 years in future. And it's a good practice. Time bucket profiles. Time bucket profiles means how business want to view the data. How business want to view the data, which means that business they would like to review the forecast in month wise. They want only 2 months data. They 2 months forecast data, but the 2 months they want in the weekly. Sometimes they want in the month and week combination. To fulfill that requirements, we are going to time bucket profiles. The T code to create a time bucket profile is TR30. These which we already created monthly 24 months. This is a monthly bucket, which means that they want to which means that it will show the all data in month wise. Weekly buckets, this will show the 8 weeks data, and month week. It's a combination of month and week. For 20 it will display 24 months, but first 2 months it will display in weeks. Okay, then next the next is MPOS, master planning object structure. The master planning object structure is a structure to maintain the master data. Okay, MPOS is a structure to maintain the master data. Whatever fields available in the structure are nothing but the characteristics. Okay, whatever fields we maintained, in the MPOS, there is nothing but characteristics, and the values. Okay, sorry, let me give small definition of the characteristics. SAP employs objects called characteristics to enable navigation, planning, and reporting of data. Okay. Whatever the values assigned to the characteristics are called characteristics value combination, and those are the master data for that MPOS. And those are the master data for the planning. Okay. The T code to create an MPOS is /n/SAP APO MSDP admin. This is which I created early. It was UP. Okay, which I'm going to display, which I created earlier. Okay, here we have the maintain characteristics as a structure MPOS fields. The characteristics are brand, customer group, location, product, production type, sales organizations. These are the standard characteristics. In most of the places we find these characteristics commonly. Apart from that, we can use any category. Apart from that, we are going to use the different characteristics also. But these are the main characteristics we are using in most of the projects. That's why I took these characteristics. And what are the values assigned to this characteristics? Those are nothing but the characteristics value combination. In the simple term, we can tell it as a master data for the APODP. Let me display, execute. These are the characteristics value combinations. Okay, these are characteristics value combinations. Let me create some characteristics value combinations. Why? Because by creating the for next sessions, it will be helpful for me. For life cycle planning, we can for life cycle planning, I'm going to use this characteristic CVCs, but we can do the life cycle planning with existing characteristics with existing CVCs. But it is better. But for the convenient purpose, I am using this. Okay. And I will show how here I am going to show how we create the CVCs also. Creating. Category combination. Create manually. This is a one way to create it, and another way to create is also simply right click, maintain, create new category combinations. Yeah, brand B1. Here I will show one error also here while doing planning. Then you get to know what's the use of this consistency check. Okay. Okay, I created. Let me see what I created. Execute. Okay. L1, L2, L2 product, product. Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay, good. Okay, this is how you can create the characteristics CBCs in the M person. Let's come to the planning area. Planning area is a planning area is a structure to maintain the transactional data. Uh, the fields here the fields which we maintained in the planning areas are nothing but the key figures. Nothing but the key figures. Under the planning area, we have to assign MPOS storage bucket profiles. That's why for that reason planning area is a main part of the APODP. APODP. Which means that it's a high level. It's a high level in the APODP. Here we have fields as the key figures. Whatever values available for the key figures that are called a transactional data. Okay, why you are always considering master and transactional means here we are doing the planning under master and transactional data combination. Due to that reason, we are going to generate with the due to the reason we are going to consider this master data and transactional data. Okay, okay, fine. This is about the MPOS in the planning area. And next, creation of the planning book. Why you are going to create the planning book? The reason to create a planning book is to get this interactive planning screen. To get this interactive planning screen, we are going to maintain the planning books in database. Due to that reason, we are going to the why because most all business peoples and developers will view the final result in this screen only. This screen only. To get this screen, we need to maintain the planning book and database. This simple thing. Okay. Then next, uh, forecast master forecast profiles. Why here master forecast profiles is to generate the forecast. Come to the one point. Mm. Come to our life cycle, DP life cycle. Come to our DP life cycle. In the DP life cycle, it represents the first step is getting historical data from ECC to APO. That is the first step. Second step is a correction of the master correction of the history data. And third step is generating the forecast. To generate the forecast in the APO-DP, we have to create the forecast profiles. Okay. To generate the forecast, to generate the statistical forecast in APO-DP, we have different methods like univariate method, MLR method, and composite method. But 99% players are going to use a univariate method only, and I covered univariant only. Under univariant, we have different algorithms, different algorithms to generate the statistical forecast. To maintain all these things, we need to maintain the forecast profiles. Okay. Uh, the T code to maintain the statistical forecast profile is MC96P / SAP APO MC96P. Here we have to give the planning area. These are which are our own created. These are under the master forecast profile, we have to maintain the univariant profile. In the univariant profiles, we have different algorithm models among the history values. Among the history values, we need to eh, we are going to select the different algorithm, which is nothing but the forecast strategies. According to the history values, we are going to take the different forecast strategies. Okay. And why this why it's why this statistical forecasts are preferable rather than others? Why? Because it has different models to generate the statistical forecast according to the history values, and in the meantime we have forecast error fields. Here you have forecast error fields, which gives for example, if you select the wrong model with that history, here we get the wrong here we get the error values as high, which means that this model is not suitable for this history value. Then we can change the model up we can change the model, and up to we get the satisfied error values. Okay. This is one option. This is one feature we have in the statistical forecast profile. And another one is a fine tuning which means that let me show you in the screen. It will be good for us. Here what I'm doing is /SAP APO /STP94. Let me show guys the APO is my created. APO. Here I'm going to take what okay, no, okay. I already have the values on for brand level. For brand level, I have all the values. Now I am going to create the values for product level. Product. Select the product, and it is all products which I have. P1, P2, P3 I have. Here I am selecting the product. Yeah, already product. Okay. Here I'm going the history. Like I'm just going to distribute. True. 11, 2020. Sorry, 10, 2020. History versus 1000. Equally distributed. Okay. The value gets distributed. Okay. Now I am going to generate the forecast for the product 2 for the product to just click on this univariate generate univariate forecast. Okay. Now I get the forecast value as see. These are my forecast values. I receive 1,000. Okay. Why? Because the history is also same. History is the same. That means 1,000. That's for that reason I get the history forecast value as 1,000. Here I can change the profiles also. See if I select the auto models. So no, I don't want. I want some other model. We can select here. In the meantime, okay. Uh, Here, if I select some other model, see we have here a field as forecast error values in the real time. But here also we can display the forecast errors. We had to do some settings here. Uh, we can see the forecast errors here. Let me do the settings to get this forecast errors. It will take some time. What is that? STP 8B. Yeah, for monthly. I would like to put change for the monthly. Sorry. Okay. Still display. Change. Okay. Monthly views, key figures, characteristics, key figure attributes. Okay. Okay. If you see here, in these options we have to say we have the options to select the different profiles. Under that profile, so we have different types of forecast models. That means here we selected which model, constant model. Here we select constant model. But I get the wrong values. That means I get the wrong. I get the here I get the forecast values. It's not satisfied. It's not satisfied. But user don't want this. User don't want to see this. User don't didn't satisfy with this. Then we suggested the user. Then we're going to selecting another model until we get the forecast until we get the satisfied forecast error value. Then up to that we have going to say the different models. Okay, this is a features with what we had. And in the parameters, see if we change the values. See if you here the values, whatever the values we have maintained here. These are all the parameters. These parameters will help you calculating the values for these three key figures. See, to generate the forecast, we need history. But in the background, they are doing some function at least. This is not directly going to generate the forecast. First of all, it generates the basic value, it generates trend value, then the seasonal value, then it generates a corrected forecast value, then expose forecast, then finally forecast. To perform all these activities, which means that basic, trend, seasonal, corrected forecast, exposed, some background work is going on, which means that some formulas are there. Some formulas are there. With the help of that formulas, in that formulas, these fields are this plays a crucial role. Alpha short value. In the simple term, you can tell it as a yeah alpha, beta, gamma. these these parameters will play a crucial role. If I change the this value should be 0 to 1, in between 0 to 1 only, it will be allowable. Apart from that, it will not be allowable. That due to that reason, here we are maintained as a system is maintained as 0.10, 0.50 like that. We can change it here. We can change it here, and but due to these changes, we can get the accurate forecast values. This is a fine tuning option we have in the generational statistical forecast. Okay, this is about the generation of statistical forecast. Now I am going to start life cycle planning. One of the future of the SAP APO demand planning is a life cycle planning. Yeah, life cycle planning. The life cycle planning. Let me give some small brief description. Okay. Life cycle planning. If a product life cycle consists of different phases. A product life cycle consists of different phases. Those are launch, growth, maturity, discontinuation. Okay. For example, see, for some products, not for our products, for some products, we have a graph like that means it's just launched. This launched. After some year, the sales are increasing, and after some years, it will get into a constant rates. Then after that, we don't want this product. We want this continuous. We don't do this. For example, phones, mobiles. I consider iPhone. iPhone company launches some iPhone SE. Initially, the sales is like this. Sales is like this, and they want. And after some years, the sales will grow and it will get stop here. Stop. Finally, we're going to the discontinue. Which means that see in the app, for example, Apple launches different series year by year to increase the demand for the new coming series. They want to decrease the sales for the old thing. It's a business. It's a business segment. That means business people want this product for certain particular period, and for certain period. After that, they don't want this. They don't want this product. At that time, we can use this life cycle planning. Okay, that is one feature of the life cycle planning, which means that if you want to maintain a product for some period of time, and you don't want the product after that, we don't want the product. If you want to discontinue this product, the time you can use this life cycle planning. And another way is this path. This is what we launch, growth, maturity. This is called phase in and phase out. It's called phase in and phase out under life cycle planning. Okay. And another one, if any new product, see if for example, I maintain product P1 in L1, and I am going to introduce one new product with the name of P like. It's a new product. It's don't and in allocation one I would like to introduce this product, but I don't have history. I don't have history for this P like. This is a newly launched product. In that case, if I generate the statistical forecast also, I don't get the values. Why? Because it don't have the history. I want to generate the forecast for this type of product with the help of life cycle planning. I am going to consider the same properties product history data. Let me elaborate. P like is a new product which don't have history. Under location one. Okay. The location L1. I would like to launch this product in under location one. P1 already have forecast values under location L1. Okay, P1 already have forecast under L1, which means that it has history. It has history under L1. Okay, it has history under L1, which means that P1 has a history under L1. P like, which is a new product I would like to launch in the L1, this don't have history value. Now I want the forecast value for the P like. To generate the forecast for the P like, it consider similar property product, which means P1 under location L1. Okay, P like it considers similar properties products, which is nothing but P1 under same location, which means that P like is a new launch product. It don't have history. To generate the forecast for the P like, it takes the history values as P1's history. It considers P1's history values as the P like. That means P like product considers the P1's history values and generate the forecast. This thing whatever considering the similar product history, these are all things we had to done under life cycle planning, and this all thing called as like profile. Okay, this is about the this is about the introduction for the life cycle planning. Before going to start in the configuration part, let me introduce some steps. Let me say this is basic steps. This is a basic steps to do the life cycle planning. Steps for planning. Number one, activate the life cycle planning option in master forecast profiles. Number two, create new CVCs. It is optional. we can create a new CVCs, or we can generate the life cycle planning for existing CVCs also. There is not a matter. But here we are going to create new CVCs for the convenience purpose only. It's not a mandate. So that's why I put it as an optional. Then life cycle planning steps. Then life cycle planning. Under life cycle planning, we have to do basic settings. Create profile. Assign the profile. And then check results. Interactive screen. Okay. Let us start for the configuration part. First of all, what is the step in the configuration part? Activate the life cycle planning option in master forecast profiles. While creating master forecast profile, it will ask there is one option like life cycle plan active. But normally, while creating the forecast profile itself only, we are going to select that. In the last session, I didn't select it. Why? Because I had to show that option now. Due to that reason, I didn't select that. Now but normally at the time of master focus profile, at the time itself only, we are selecting this life cycle plan active. Okay, just remember this point. Now I'm going to activate that option under master focus profiles. The T code to access the master focus profile is //SAP APO /MC96B. Okay. See life cycle planning active for this profile. For this master focus profile, I am going to select the life cycle planning. Okay. Save. Now, second step. See, option is option. But here we are going to see create CVC for convenient purpose. Now I'm going to create a CVC. The process. See how there are so many methods. There are two methods we have to create the CVCs manually. Number one is, first of all, we have to go into the T code //SAP APO MSDP admin. Select the MPOS. Under MPOS, ZAP, right click, characteristic combination, maintain, create sync capture. This is one type. Okay. Here I'm going to create product as a P like in the location brand as P1 product to PG. So it's good. The same way, I'm going to select P in out. Okay. Okay. Yes, second step is completed. It's optional step only. It's optional step only. We can do the life cycle planning for the way it's already is there. Okay. Now third step is the life cycle planning. To access the life cycle planning, we have T code and we have the menu path also. The process is APO AP demand planning. Planning nothing. Sorry, I'm sorry. Wait a moment. This is the path. APO, demand planning, environment, under environment, life cycle planning. Or we have the T code as // SAP APO / MSDP underscore HCST1. Okay. Under this, the simple configuration part only. First of all, it asks about a planning area. Just give our own create a planning area. CAPO. Okay. First of all, what is the first thing under this? Basic settings. We went into the life cycle plan T code. The first thing is just a minute. Just my battery is low. Just a minute. Let me touch. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back. Okay. First one is the basic settings. Select the basic settings and execute. This is a basic setting. Here in the basic setting, under what level we are going to do the life cycle planning. Okay. Up to 6 characteristics levels, we can do the life cycle planning. Whatever characteristics we have in MPOS, but under 6 characteristics only, SAP APO systems allows to do the life cycle planning. Okay. I would like to proceed with the product and location. We can select remaining also. If you want to do for brand, product group, sales organization, it depends upon all the business. Business will give this information. Okay. Now I'm not normally taking the product and location. Okay. First thing is over. The next is create a profile. I'm going to create a profile. First of all, I would like go with the like profiles. Then I will take care of the phase in, phase out. First of all, I'm going with the like profiles. Just I click on the like profiles. Okay. For which characteristics I would like to go for life cycle planning. And initially, I told I'm going to generate the life cycle planning for the product level, and for that reason I created a P like as one character, P like as one CVC, and P in P out as another CVC. Here I'm going to select the characteristics as a P like product. I'm going to select it as a product. Okay, for the product I'm going to do the life cycle planning. Just give the life cycle life profile name as you wish. I'm giving it as a UPL ZAPO P like with any name, no issues, sir. But okay, this is not a good CAPO underscore P like. Okay, very nice. Okay, you can give it description as anything. Here, the reference, it has a reference value, which means that to avoid this confusion, just let me have a like profile. Okay. Now there is no confusion. See here in the creating the like profiles, I am in the profiles. I am going to give the reference values. I am going to give the reference values, which means that I would like to refer the P1 history for P like CVC. Here I am giving the reference values P1. Okay, these are the characteristics what I have. These are the products.
Here I selected as a characteristics as a product. That's why it displays whatever products available in the in my planning area. It displays all these products. Another time I would like to go for the P1 product. Just select it. Okay. Here action. Here action is it will ask for the average sum, a creation of total. If it, let me explain this later. Here is a percentage. This is a percentage. I want the 100% history. I want the 100% history, or if you want 150 or 200, it's your choice. It will be given by business. Here I am selecting as a 150. That means 150 percentage. Okay. This action fields which represent we can see here. I take the reference as RP1. If business wants another reference value apart from P1, they want to consider some other product, some other product reference values also, they can take it here also. And here we can take as a average, which means that average of this history, sum of this history, that some value is assigned to that P like CVC. If you select that sum, if you select the average of these two products, it's assigned to P like product. This is the use of this field. Here anyhow, here I'm going to select only for one product only. That's why I'm selecting here is anything it will not impact. Okay, save it. After saving, it will move to here. Execute. I'm sorry. Yeah. Done. Then we'll check the results in the entire demand plan screen. //SAP STP 94. Okay. Select P like product. I'm going to select the P like product which don't have history. Under location one. Oh, it's not an issue. For this, I don't have any history. Check the history values here. I don't have any history for this field. For this, especially for this product, I am considering P1 as a reference value. For P1, I have a history as 1000. I have a history like that. Okay, just remember these words. Okay, I completed the basic settings. Then I have to make the assignments. Execute. Here, I have to do the product. In the basics, what you did, we given the reference value. Which means that I given as a reference product as a P1. Now in the assignments, what I'm going to give this reference value applicable for P right. Under which location? I would like to for the L1 location. Okay. What is the like profile? Here I'm going to for the like profile. That's why I'm going to select the like profile only. This is my create like profile. And do the assignment. Enter. Execute. Done. Okay. Now check the results. SAP 94. here I'm taking two products data just to avoid the P1 and P like. Under location L1 only they will select the location under L1. That's why I'm here taking as a location L1. Execute. Just first of all check the what are the histories available. Here the history available is 500, 500, 500, 500, 500 for P1. Okay. And there is no history for the no history. Here no history. For no history, if I generate the forecast also it will be 0. But for the P like it will not be happen like that. Why? Because here considering the history values P1 as a history values. P1 history values as history values. Why? Because due to the life profiles. Due to the life cycle planning and life cycle, you create the life profiles. Due to that, it didn't consider it consider the history values, P1 history values as a history values for P like. Okay. Initially it's a blank. Now I'll send the profiles everything. Here I'm going to generate a statistical forecast for especially for the P like. Just select this product, univariant. Now you get the results like this. See, for P1 product, the history value is 500. Let me save it and show you the difference. Then you get one understand. Let me load all this. Product location. Fine. But detail all. Okay. Then I want to see only history and that is more than enough. History and that is more than enough. Okay. See, the history for the P1 is 500, 500, 500, 500, 500. For P like we don't have history. To generate the forecast for the P like, system consider the history values of P1. And here we get the forecast of 750, 750, 750, 750, 750, 750. Why you get a 750 here means the time of profile creation. See, at the time of profile creation, here I selected the average as 150%, which means that 500 is a history for P1 L1. For P1 L1 conversion, for P1 history is a 500. Here I consider as 150%. 150% means plus 20. 500 plus 250, 250 plus 500, 50%, 500 plus 250, 750. 750 is the history value for P like. If I generate a statistical forecast for the P for the history P for the history 750, then I get the forecast value as 750, 750, 750. Clear? Okay. This is about the like profiles, which consider simply we can consider the like profile as a if any new product get launched in the market which don't have history, to generate the forecast for that new product, it considers the similar properties product history as their history and generate the forecast. This is in simple term you can see that. Now we'll go for phase in, phase out. This is our light profile. Now I am going about go to phase in, phase out. The phase in, phase out, the basic settings. Yeah, phase in, phase out. I already discussed phase in, phase out. Means if you want to launch the product and if you want to launch a new product and we have to maintain that we have to maintain the product for a particular time of period. After that, we don't want this product. In that cases, we have to use this phase in, phase out. And in phase in, phase out, we have launch, growth, maturity, discontinuation. These are fields we have. Okay. While creating, while doing the configuration part is the same which we created for the like profile, like activating life cycle planning in the master file. We already activated this one, and CVCs we have already created another CVCs. It's optional only. Life cycle planning steps are basic settings: create profiles, assign the profiles, run the check and results and internet. That's it. Which are the same steps what we followed in the like profiles. Is here also we have to proceed. Okay, first of all, I'm creating the profile. First of all, I'm creating profile. The time series. Time series is nothing but a planning area. Planning, we have provided the time. Sorry, we have provided the planning area. Then give a name. CAPO underscore P in out. Description. Phase in. Phase out. Okay. In phase on, see, I would like to start a product in this date. Up to this date only, I want. After that, I don't want. Which means that, for example, I would like to maintain. I would like the forecast from for that product for a particular product from January 2021 to December 2021. After that, I don't want this product. Okay. This is the case. This is a scenario. Here, I'm going to start it as from 1st 2021 to 31. Okay, up to December, I want this one. Here, we have it as monthly on normally. See monthly. Here get the see. Here we get the. Here we get the 12 months periods, and here we can maintain the various heroes also, which means that, see, first of all, my sales will get increased, and it will increase slowly. Then at certain point, it will get constant. Then after that, it can slowly get discontinued, slowly get reduced, and finally it get vanished. Like that, business wants to see the forecast like this. Okay, this one we have to maintain here for 20%. 20% for month 2, 40, 60, 80. If you don't anything, it will take as 100%. 100%. Okay. 90, 100, Here I'm for here I didn't give anything. If I didn't give anything, it takes simply takes 100. So I want that. I want 150. Let me change here. 150. Okay. For month 150. 100. 60. 30. C. Okay. Just I'm executing. So I didn't save this. That's why. First of all, we have to save it. Otherwise, it will not allow. Before saving, I click on the execute. That's why the alert went off. Before started up. Yes. Before started up. Executing. Okay. I create the profile. Now the step is the assignment. I'm going to assign the profile. For which product I want to do this phase in, phase out. Under which location I want this L1. In the phase in, phase out profile, I'm going to give my phase in, phase out profile. Phase in profile, phase out profile. Okay. See, if you see here, here in the phase in profile, I maintain as if SAP APO PNP out. In the out profile, see, for example, see, sometimes we get the request like the product is maintained for some period and it will get to reduce. It will get to discontinue. I don't want product after that. But from starting onwards, my sales is like this. After some time, I don't want this product. I don't want this. Sometime sometimes I have sales like this. I want sales like this, and it will be go on and will stop here. Means we can do phase in or phase out or both we can do. Okay, like this, like that we have to be take care about this. Like that we are going to get the settings and see the results here. Just a minute. Okay, let me see the functionality here. Here what I'm doing, here I'm taking only phase out PNP out under location one only. This one. I'm selecting only the phasing one CVC under location L1. Here I maintain history as equally has to distribute. Up to 10. Okay, now I have the history, and for this product I have to maintain, I'm going to generate this anyway. Yes. Here it is, and one for the screen. Cast. See, if you see here, uh, the present to the profile. See, we given it as 20, 40, 60, 80, 150, 150, 60, 60, 30. Okay. I'm sorry here, it's zero means, if you didn't maintain anything, it's represented as zero itself only. It's not taken as 1,000. It's not taken as 100%. It's taken as zero. Previously I tell it as 100, take as 100%, but I take it as a zero only. Okay. Let's see the results. See, here I don't want the forecast values for November and December month for this year. Here I don't get the forecast values for month and month 12, and I get the values for the year 2021. For 2021, I get the results. From see, if you see first month, second month, I get the results. Third month, fourth month, fifth month, sixth month, I get the results like this. After that, I don't get. After that, I don't want also. I didn't maintain. And at the time also, I maintain the percentage. I maintain the percentage also 20, 40, 60, 80, 150, 150, 60, 30, like that. I maintain the percentage. Okay. See the result is like 20, 40% for 1,000, 40, 160, 20%, 60%, like that. Here zero means, why is a blank means that here I didn't maintain any. Get a 1,000. The zero only. Let me change here. Here I am taking as 1,000. Let me load it now. Now. Load it as now. Just weather. Product. The location I want is screen. Loading the values. See, these are results. This is the results which are saved, is already saved. Now I'm going to the changes. Here I'm in the values. 1000. 0. Okay. Yes. Save. Come back. Forecast. The history here is as a 1000 thousand. For convenient purpose, I am taking this 1000. We get the exact 1000. We get different values for the understanding purpose only. I am taking these values. Okay. But see, if 40, 60, 1000, like this is like the values you get like with respect to the percentage. Okay, up to for 1 year I get a forecast. After that I don't want. Why? Because I don't want the values. I don't want the values after 1 year. I want the values only for 1 year. Like that I get the values. This is about see, this is the history values and this is my forecast values. Okay, and I want this product like this, and after some time I don't want this. Okay, this is about the life cycle planning. Let me conclude here. See, life cycle planning is one of the feature of the APO demand planning. Under life cycle planning, we have two functionalities. One is life profile, and the other is phase in, phase out. Phase in, phase out. A product life cycle consists of different. That means if business wants to maintain data for a certain period of time and they don't want for remaining periods and they want to discontinue, for that we can suggest the business go for the phase in, phase out profile. And for example, if a newly launched product which don't have history, they want but they need to forecast, but they need the forecast values. In that case, they consider similar properties product history, similar properties product history, and generate the forecast by considering the similar properties product history data, generating the forecast. This is called the life profile. While creating this life profile and phase profiles, the first thing is we need to activate the life cycle planning option in the master forecast profiles. And another one is then the next is creating a profile and assignments. Here we have one additional functionality, means if you want see in case of life profiles, if you want the history, if you want more history, that means we have past history as in if we have past history, that means similar product history. We have similar product history that consider P1 history, and then for that history we need more. We want more. Otherwise, we want 20% history among them. We can change that. We can select it. We can select under profiles, profile creation. Okay. This is about phasing. This is about life cycle planning. And I forget to tell one feature. Okay. See, but for phase in profile, we can assign the for phase in for phase in phase out product, which means that if you want to maintain a phase in phase out for a particular product, for that product we can also assign the like profiles also, which means that see, this is the phase in phase out product. I assign the phase in phase out profile,
and parallelly I can add like profile also, which means that it generates the forecast value by considering the like profile.
We can assign the like profiles also for the phase in phase out CVCs, but not for the for P like. We need to, for P like also we can do the, it will be vice versa. It is vice versa. We can do it. Okay, this is about the life cycle planning, phase in phase out. And come to the remaining topics. What we miss is till now we covered like here, like this: MPOS, completed storage bucket, master. We covered MPOS, storage bucket profile, master focus profile. Under this master focus univariant, we are not going to cover this multi-linear composite. Why? Because it's 99% we are going to use univariate profiles only. We covered design and different planning book. We cover entire demand planning. Additionally, we design life cycle planning, which is one of the feature of AP demand planning. And the remaining things are macros, proportional factors, pass to SNP. These macros I will go cover in the coming session. Next session I'm going to cover. Okay. Today this is from my end for today. Thank you. Python is used to do the simple calculations or complex calculations. For example, if you want to do some addition, subtraction, multiplication, like that, mathematical operations, logical operations, in the APO system, you can do it with the help of the macros. Okay. Yeah, let me add the points here for convenient purpose. Macros in APO. We can use for the calculations. In the macros itself, we have advanced macros also. They have advanced macros also. With these advanced macros, we can perform using advanced macros. We can perform complex calculations. Then macros are executed either directly by the user in interactive planning or automatically at a predefined point during a background job. Sorry. Which means macros are executed either directly by user, which means that we can create the macro in the APO, and these macros we can execute it directly. We can execute directly, or user also can execute directly in the entire demand planning itself only. Or instead of executing directly, we can schedule the job also by adding a macro activity we can schedule that complete macro activity in the background at a particular time for specified intervals. Okay, we can execute the macro directly, or we can execute it in a background whenever you want to execute it at particular certain point of time. If you want to execute, we can schedule it in the background. These options we have with respect to macros. Okay, another point is macros are normally used are normally created under a specific planning book and data view level. Okay, which means that macros are normally created under a specific planning book and data view level. It means that we had to create a macro under a particular planning book and data view level only. If you have a planning book and data view, if you want to create a macro for the particular planning book and data view, then only we had to create a planning book for the particular planning book data view. Without planning book and data view, it's not possible to create a macro. Which means that first of all, we had to create a planning book and data view. Then, if you want to put the macros, we have to create a macro, and under whichever planning book and data view, if you want to put this macro, we have to continue with that. The next. Types of macros. We have different types of macros. Default macro. So, types of macro first. Default. Start macro. Level change macro. Exit macro. These 4 types macros we have. Let me give brief discussion of the one by one. Then at the time of configuration, I will show you what's the use of this default thing. Okay. Whenever you load the selections in planning book and data view, system calls default macro. Okay, this is our default macro. Start macro. Whenever you enter an planning interactive planning and loading the selections from planning book and data view, system calls start macro. Yeah, both default and start macro will work at the time of loading the selections. But the main difference between start and default macro is if you load the selections, the default macro will call. If it once comes out, that means if you do any changes, it means that in that particular planning and data in that in that particular selections only, if you do any changes, default will work. Start macro at the time of loading the selections only, it will work. The time of loading the selections, if you want to run the start macro, you had to load the selections every time, then only it has to work. But in the default macro, if you was to, if you assign the macro as default, if any values get changes, then it's automatically the macro will work. That is the main difference between the default start macro. Level change, level change, uh, drill up and drill down. The time drill up, drill down. System calls level change macro, which means that drill up means nothing but the aggregation disaggregation. If you want to see the data, if you want to see the planning book and data view data with respect to the disaggregation levels, if you disaggregate, if the time of disaggregation, if you assign the macro to level change, it will work. During that disaggregation time, the macro will work. Okay, exit macro. Exit macro. The time of save the data, system calls exit macro. Okay, these are types of macros. Uh, let's come to the configuration. What? Yes, the T code to create a macro is /SAP APO ADVM. Okay, this is the macro, and at the initially I told that macro creation is particular for the planning book and data view level. That means for a particular data planning book and data view level only, we are going to create the macro. First of all, we have to check for which planning book we had created. Normally, our planning book is ZAPO underscore UPL. In this planning, we created the planning book. We created one planning book, ZAPO underscore UPL. In this planning book, we are going to create a macro. Yeah, this is the planning book which I created, and these are the database we already. These are database weekly, monthly, and month and year. In that, I am selecting this. Here, I already created some default macros. Some macros. Uh, um, okay. Uh, Let me open the planning book. This already I created the macro. In again, I'm going to create the macro here. This macro. Um, we created a macro to calculate the total forecast. Total forecast is equal to forecast plus SAP APO plus manual corrections. Okay, and one more macro is the coloring the total forecast macro, and auxiliary key figures we created. First, before going to start a macro, first of all, I'm going to delete this macro. Okay, no, not delete this macro. First of all, I'm going to deactivate this macro. Why? Because I already created the macro for this planning book and data view. If you want, if I want to create a new thing, first of I have to come from the first requirements. That means creation and MPOS, creation in planning area, creation in the planning book and data view, CVCs, key figures. These are things I had to spend that much, and I had to spend more time on these things. Instead of doing all those things, first of all, I'm going to bring this to normal state. Which means that first of all, I'm going to deactivate. I'm going to deactivate my all my all macros which I created. Inactive. Save. Save. Okay. Yes. Yes. Then check. Load the planning book again. Oh, nothing is there. Okay. Let me delete this one also. Then we get exactly clear idea. Distribute. Total forecast. See, I make it as 0. Total forecast is 0. Nothing in none of the values are there. Let me delete this one also. Why I had to do simply. Okay. I saved the values also. Then now I'm going to start creating a macro. Here what I'm doing. First of all, the steps to create a macro is macro, new macro, macro type. If you see the if it's collective macro means it's a combination of 2 to 3 more than 2 macros. Nothing but collective macros. These things we are going to use in the complex situations. But now I'm going to move with the simple calculations. This assign button. Okay, I will tell it later. It's a assign button. Okay, continue. Then select a step option. In the step, write the description. Total forecast. Total forecast calculation. Total forecast. If you want to, the total forecast calculations has to perform a future periods. That's why here I'm selecting for the if you select the total here means it select the complete past. It selects the past data also. If you this calculation is performed for future, that's why I'm going to select only the future periods only. Otherwise, you can select it from directly from the user defined also. In the user defined, you have to represent the date.
for 24 months. Okay. Continue. Then next, what is the thing I had to do? The next thing is total forecast is equal to, let me come to this point. I'm going to create macro with a total forecast is equal to forecast plus manual correction plus promotions. Okay. Total forecast key figure is equal to forecast key figure plus manual correction key figure plus promotional key figure. For this, I have to create a macro. First of all, what I'm doing, I created a macro. I created a step. In the step, in the step, I am given the range. That means up to what range, up to what periods the value has to calculate. Okay. If you see here, this is the step name. From when to when, from 1 2021 to 12 2022 for 24 months. This has to be worked. Then next, row. In the row itself, row is nothing but here the key figures. It will display the key figures automatically. If you select the row, it will, here we get the our default of our key figures which we created here. The key figures are going to be displayed here. Now I'm going to create a macro for the total forecast. Total forecast from when, from 1 2021 to value change. Yeah, it's a value change. Here we have options like value change, value change with following fixing, value change with preceding fixing, adjustment of level fixing, adjustment of level fixing. These different types we have. These are here we're going to calculate the arithmetic calculation. That's why I'm going here selecting the value change only. So if you want to do with the decimal points, decimals like that, if you have to follow, then we had to select this value change with following fixing, value change with preceding fixing, like that we had to do that. But now I'm selecting only the value change. Adopt. Okay. Total forecast is equal to row. Not update. Next step. Create a next level. Forecast is equal to forecast plus from where you get this plus options, from operators. From operators we will get this plus operations. Append plus SAP APO promotions plus manual corrections. Okay. You see here total forecast is equal to forecast plus SAP APO plus manual corrections. If you see here, if I drag and drop this option, we have get the options like insert and append. Append, which means that it's create a line, which means that it's in the same level. Append, which is in the same level, which means that, see, if total forecast is not total forecast, if a total forecast is equal to forecast
plus ZAP plus manual corrections. This operator functions has to be come under the under in a single level only, in a single line only. That's why we have selected the append option. Okay. We create a macro, then activate, generate, generation completed, save it. Yes, yes. Now check the results in the entertainment plan screen. Okay. Some mistake. I'm sorry. Yeah, what a mistake is I didn't put this macro. Here I forgot to assign this to default. Okay, save it. Macro services. Yeah, now the values there. Previously values are not there. If you see, total forecast is called forecast plus CA plus manual promotions. After creation of the macros, we have to assign it to any level. Yeah, I assign this macro default macro. Previously, it's not the results will not display. Why? Because I didn't assign to anything. That to default or level change or start or exit. I didn't assign to any type of the macro. After assigning this macro to the default, then I get the results in the internet demand planning screen. It is mandatory to assign the macro to any type of once we activated that. Okay. Then next is yes, color for the total forecast. I'm going to create the next macros. New macro, same time, no issues. Okay. Yeah. Color. Forecast. Step. I want to color this macro for complete periods. Not only for complete, for all periods, I have to maintain the color for them.
macro to identify to identify the was the to identify the it is a total forecast key figure to identify for the purpose I'm going to adding the color. Okay, just take the row total forecast. Now here I am going to add the color only for the key figure. I would like to put the color. Here I am not making any value for that. Here change mode. Here I am going to selecting the attribute change. Okay. Previously what we selected here value change. The value change is only for the values. If you want to do the calculations, if you want to get the values, this is the value change options we have selected. Here I am going to select the attribute change option. Attribute change option, which means that apart from the values. Okay. Operator is equal to row underscore p to maintain colors. To maintain colors for the particular key figure, we have an operator called row underscore pg. Row underscore pg. With this with this we can add the color, which means we can, if you want to maintain any color to the particular figure, with this operator we can do we can add the colors. And in the row underscore pg, in the brackets we had to put the numbers. If you want, yeah, I would like to put the green color. Otherwise I have to use a purple color. You can select the color palette. So color code is the automatic set is 12. 12. Activate. Some error is there. Okay. Select the thing. Okay. The field will be unknown, but there is this field the similar name. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What is the issue here is, here I'm going to select the, see if I don't select here anything. I would like to go with the green color. Accept. Then it says that selected color has color code 12. Just mention the color code as 12. But mention the color code here, we have to maintain the spaces. Space 12 space. Continue. Activate. Yes. So now save it and make it as a default. I told once it's activated, we have to put in the any type of a macro. So here I'm selecting. Here I'm putting it as a default macro. come back. Yes. Just load the planning entertainment one more time. Yes. See, now you get the colors. Okay, like this we can create a macros. Let me come one by one the alt fields. Yeah. Let me discuss about one by one step here. The first step macro. This is the first. This is the step. This is the initial step where if you want to start the macro, first of all you have to start from the macro from this option. Just drag the option macro. Just drag and drop. Here it will give the description. Here assigned push button, which means that see I already told that in the initial time we can create a we can execute a macro interactively, or we can execute it by the background job. Okay, if user want to execute the macro interactively, if user want to execute macro interactively, here what I'm doing here, I'm just assigning any button here. That means that if I whatever button I selected here, it gets reflected into the entire demand planning screen. If I click on that if I click that button in the entire demand planning screen, the macro will get executed automatically. Okay. For example, okay. Okay, see here. Let's negative copy. Okay, I already created one macro copy history to auxiliary key figures, which means that whatever the history values are available, it has to copy it in these two key figures. If I select this, it automatically executed here. Okay, like this we can execute the macro interactively. This one, this can be done, and this can be performed with the help of these things. If you select the choose button, if it's first of all you have to put the assign button. The next step is baddie. Isn't baddie? Sorry, baddie or user exit macro, which means that baddie or user exit macro means if you want to create an if you want to develop a macro, instead of if you want to develop a macro, if develop a new macro, we can perform with this baddie and user exit macro, which means that it's a development, new development. It's a new development which has to be done with the help of basic ABAP team also, the ABAP teams. The next step, after immediately creating the macro, then we should take the step. In the step, we have to given from which period to which period, from which period to which period. By one is changes. Okay. The next step is these are the conditional planning table. Okay, this control statement is nothing but in the C language we know that the if control statements, if else if, these are the control statements we have, which means that if you want to use the any conditional situations, at that time we use these control statements. Okay, for example, let me delete this. This is the macro. So if you see this, I created a macro to calculate the negative forecast, which means that in the total forecast, if any negative values are there in the total forecast key figure, any negative values are there, it will create
it will generate an alert. Okay, it will generate an alert. I created a macro for that. Here, what it sees is if control statement. This is the step. Under this step, I just put the control statement if condition total forecast is less than 0. I put the condition. I started the control statement. In the control statement, I put the condition if total forecast is less than 0. Then what you have to do? Alert. You get an alert message. Get an alert message. Okay. End. Control statement is to get end. Control statement start. Control statement end. In this between, we create conditions and put an operators. Put an alert. Okay. In the situations, we use this control and condition statements. This planning table. Planning table means here. If you want to do the calculations for any key figures, for example, I would like to go for the, see in this example itself only, total forecast. If total forecast, just I die on the row, it will take the key figure for which key figures we are going to do the changes. Yeah, for this, for total forecast, if total forecast is less than 0, then generate the alert. Like that, like for column also we can perform. Column means here for particular period. If you want to do perform for particular period, then we can do it with the help of these things. Okay. This auxiliary table, there is nothing difference between the planning and auxiliary table. The main difference between planning and auxiliary table is the planning. Here the planning table, whatever the changes is there, it's going to save in the database. But in the auxiliary table, it will not go to save in the database. It will act as a mirror image. That at that particular instance only, it will show the changes. After that, once you come back from this, come out from the screen, and once if you enter into the screen again, it will not show the changes. So what's the use of this auxiliary table? Means it will not save in the database. For the transparent purpose only, we are going to use these auxiliary tables. Okay. The next is the operator and functions. As we see in the time of creation of total focus macros. Let's see. See, if you in the operators we have different functions like plus, minus, division, less than or equal to, less than not equal to, greater than equal to, absolute. These many operations we have. These many operations we have. To go detail about these operations one by one, just search in the SAP help, the SAP help online portal. There we find the each and every functionality of this operator. Okay. Here, but we are not going to use here. We are not going to use all these things. We are going to use some required only. But if you want to go to if you want to know about all these functionalities, just search in the SAP help. The SAP help you get all the about this. What are the use of this operations and when we have to use operations like that. Okay. Functions. If you want to use a functional statement, so you can perform with this with the help of this element. Alert. I already discussed that in the alert. To generate an alert, we are using this thing. Process message also the same functionality of the alert. Action box document. If you want to mail somebody, we can do it from with this option. Okay. This is about the elements of the macros. And whatever macro we created, it get to be saved here in the macros report. We can see what are the key figures available for that particular planning and data view. We can see here, and here types of macros. Once we activate the macros, we should have to assign the macro to any one type of macros. If you didn't assign, the macro will not execute in the entire demand plan. Okay. Then next is the clipboard. If whatever we copied, Clipboard is nothing but whatever we copied, it will get to be displayed here. Okay. This is about the macros. Whatever I discussed today in this class, in this session, this is about the simple macros, simple calculations. But in the real time, we will face the different calculations, but different calculations and different complex calculations we face. But the way to create a macros is this what I discussed in this, that is the way. That is only the way. That is only the process we have to create a macros. Here the difference is the operation. Operation is somewhat different. It will depend on the project by project. Okay. Um, this is about the project. This is about the macros from my end. Um, thank you.
Hi, this is SAP APO trainer from your plots. In my previous discussions, I had started the discussion about the configuration part of APO-DP life cycle plan in the APO-DP cycle. Among that, I covered MPOS, storage bucket profile, master profiles, define and design planning book, interactive planning screen. These are these are I have covered. Additionally, I covered the feature of APO-DP that is called life cycle planning. Today, I am going to cover the topic macros. Okay. Before going to start, let me give a general definition of the macro with an example. In general term, I'm showing what is the meaning of the macro. Mm. For example, if you want to add, let's put yeah, product to be, sorry. Yeah, 120 to 30 to 40. Okay. Okay. In Excel, I would like to add these two rows. I would like to sum up these two rows. For that, we to make a sum of these two rows, we have we have to write formula, or we have directly the Excel. I'm telling about the Excel. Directly, we can click on auto sum. Then you get the results. Just drag and drop. This is where we in this way you can sum the two sum the we have to make sum for two values. In this similar way, whatever we did in the Excel, in the similar way also, we can perform this action using APO-DP with the help of macros, which means that what is this? Not quite. Macros. In APO, we can use macros for the computation purpose. we can do simple calculations and complex calculations also we can perform with the help of macros in SAP APO DP. Okay, macros are executed either directly by the end user in interactively or automatically and automatically macros get generated with the help of background jobs. Here in the Excel, how we perform the simple calculation. In the same way, also we can do the simple calculation in a APO DP with the help of macros. With the help of macros, we can do simple calculations and complex calculation we can perform. And macros are executed either directly by the user in the interactive screen by using in the interactive screen itself only. User can directly execute the macros, or we can, or not we can, or macros can be generated automatically. Macros can be generated automatically at some point by use with the help of background jobs, which means that this background jobs I will cover in the coming topics. Just remember this point: macros can generate automatically, at certain point with the help of background jobs. I will show you this point in practical session. Okay. Another point is macro are normally used normally created to a specific planning book and data view. Okay. Macros are normally created to a specific planning book and data view only. For a particular planning book data view under the particular data view under the particular planning book data view itself only. For the planning book data view only, we are going to create the macros. Let's go to the configuration part. Okay, the path to create a macro is APO, SAP money APO, demand planning, environment, current settings, macro workbench. Okay. SAP menu, APO, demand planning, environment, current settings, macro workbench. This is a path where we can able to create a macro, or the T code is slash and slash SAP APO ADVM. Okay, this is the T code to get the access of the macro. Double click. See, if you see here, macro book description, planning book, data view, number of macros. Among that macros, how many are ungenerated? Okay. I will explain this once I created the macro. Then you get to know what of the fields of all these things. Okay. Let me give some small description about this. I already told that macro macro creation is specific to only for planning book and data view. See here, whatever the macros we created, it going to it has to be created under a particular planning book and data view. Okay, this is a now we are going to create a macros. To which planning book we are going to create the planning? To which planning book we are going to create the macros? Slash and slash SAP APO slash STP 94. For this planning book, this is our created planning book, and for this data view, we are going to create a macros. Here, let me add some additional points. STP 8P. So, yeah, I'm going to just okay, back save settings and history of I minus 2 save settings. Continue. Here, what I'm doing is for this monthly view, I didn't add the history y to key figures. But for the month and year data view, I added this key figures. Here I'm going to add the two key figures in the month view. That I'm going to add to why, because to show the functionality of macros, I'm going to add these things. Monthly view. Continue. Okay. Okay. To reflect the changes, I need to come out from the T code, and I had to load the T code again. Now I get this history of MS minus 2. Okay. Now start our actual work. I'm going to create the macros under my own planning book and data view. What is my planning book and data view is let's see here. Oh, where is my planning books? Otherwise, I just clicking and saving find. Instead of checking all these things, I'm just giving UPL. Start. Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, this is my planning book, and under this data view, I'm going to create it. Okay, this is my planning book I created, and under this planning and for this data view, for monthly data view, I would like to create a macro. If you want to create for the weekly, we can select data view as a week. Now I'm going to create for the monthly. That's why I'm going to select this as monthly. Okay. Once I see, if you see here, this is a screen where we are getting exactly the entire demand plan screen. And entire demand, how we can enable the screen. That's the same thing you are going to see here. See here, what are the key figures we maintain in the entire demand planning screen? That are all going to be seen here. Same thing. Okay. The next, this is the area where we are going to create a macros. Here the actual work is going to be done. These are the elements. To create a macro, we need the elements. Those are the elements we have to get it from these fields. From these fields. Okay. Once we create a macro and activate that macro. Finally, you put that macro in the depot. Once we activated that macro, then finally we have to move those macro into the depot. That means we put in a separate in a place in a particular place. Okay. And this I will cover after completion of one example. I will cover this thing. Okay. Then next, go to the how we going to create the macros. First of all, once we are going to create the macros, first of all, select this map. Just drag and drop macro, give the name. Here, I am going to create a macro to calculate the total forecast. For example, see, I have the forecast as this is a forecast quantity I have. After reviewing my forecast, promotional team adds some promotions for their value. After that, manual correction has to be performed. Then finally, I need to get the total forecast. Total forecast nothing but here forecast plus promotional key figure plus manual corrections. Okay. For example, so promotion team provide the promotions of 1,000, and manual corrections team provide the manual team provide their values as 500. Then final output is the addition of this forecast. That means total forecast here is. Finally, we are going to generate this total forecast after getting the forecast from the APO DP. Promotion team review the forecast and they're going to add the promotions After that, consensus meeting has to be happen. In the consensus meeting, they are going to change the. They are going to add. They are going to. They are going to add or subtract the some values if they want. If they want to do the changes, then finally, whatever. Then finally, some of these forecast, promotions, and manual corrections values will finally move to the SNP or ECC for production purpose. For that purpose, here I am going to write the macro to generate the total forecast, which is nothing but forecast plus GAP underscore prom, nothing but promotional key figure, plus manual corrections. This is thing. This is the thing I'm going to be write as a macro. Okay, and now go for. See here, I'm giving the macro name as a calculate total forecast. See here, the option is here we get the here I give the description. The next is the macro type. Collective macro is blank is a simple macro. Here collective macro means, let me give you some small thing about collective macro. See, collective macro, collective macro. In this, by using this collective macro, we can put 6 macros in a single macro. Okay, by using collective macros, in the collective macros we can add more than 6 macros or more than 2 macros. Let me put it as more than 2, more than 3. If more than 2, more than 3 is come under the simple macro addition itself. That's why I put it as 6 macros. 6 macros means more calculation has to be performed. That's why I put the 6 macros. Normally, if it's more than 6 macros, then it will come under the collective macros. Okay, by using this collective macro concept, we can put the 6 macros in a 6 macros in a single macro. Okay, but here I'm not going to create a collective macros for that reason. Especially for that reason, here I'm going to select as a blank. Blank means a simple macro. Okay, this I will tell about the later. This thing also. Continue. Okay. Once we put the macro, immediately we have to put the step. In the step, what you're going to do? Calculate total forecast. This is a standard procedure. This is standard procedure for creation of macro. Once we started once we going to create a macro, under the macro we have to put the step. The step represents in that macro what you are going to here. Okay. Here I am going to create and calculate total forecast. Okay. I want total forecast for the future period. That's why, for that reason, here I am going to use the from period and to period. Is nothing but from 2022 for 24 months. I am going to create. I'm going to generate the total forecast. Continue. Okay. This is a step. Under the step, I have to write an actual logic. It means the actual formula, which means that for which key figure I want to write the macro. For total forecast key figure, I want to write the macro. Row for which key figure I want for total forecast key figure I want to write the macro. For total forecast, column starts from Yes, from December 20, from 11 2020. From for future for future period only, I want to generate total forecast. Okay, here the change mode is value change. If you expand this one, value change, attribute change, segregation, adjustment level, this means that here I want the values. Here I am going to calculation. See, if you want to do, if you want not to do any calculation, we want to do highlight. Highlight. You want to make a highlight for the key figure. At that time, instead of value change, we have to select an attribute change. That means I want to highlight the total forecast key figure with the color of green. With any color, I want to, if we want to highlight anything. In that case, so we have to select the attribute change. Now this is a value based, that's why I'm going to change the value. That's why I'm going to select the value change only. Okay. The remaining options we have following, fixing, preceding, defixing, adjustment of the level, fixing. These are all the dependents only. That means decimal points. Decimal. These are all depends on decimal points. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to adopt. Row total forecast is equal to, what is the formula? Total forecast is equal to forecast plus ZAP prom plus manual correction. Okay. Total forecast is equal to, I'm going to select another row. See, we get the option as insert, append, next level. Insert means this row will created above this. Above this. That means we don't want this one. Append means in the same line it will create, it will generate. We the create next level means it is the next level, the next line. Here I am going to select the next level. Why? Because append means which means that the second calculation. That means for total forecast for total forecast key figure, I am going to generate the macro. If I select the append, it will represent as a this is a okay. This, the new step is for some other new calculation. That for the reason I'm going to here select it and create next level. In the next level, what I had to do? Summation of forecast. Continue. See, total forecast is equal to row forecast. If I select append, let me show that to you. Then we get one idea. Delete. If I select as append, it will be like this. It is meaningless. See, if you see here, this is equal to is equal to, which is meaningless. Which means that here I'm going to generate for another key figure also. For that purpose, I didn't select the next level. I didn't select as append. I'm going to select as a create next level. Okay. Total forecast is equal to forecast plus where you get the plus operators. Here we can append plus another append. System itself defines. We are not no need to confuse about it. System itself defined as okay. This is the append step. This is not next level like that. It will show automatically. Forecast promotions plus append manual correction. Okay. Now we get the formula. The forecast is equal to forecast plus ZA promotion plus manual correction. Now our macro calculation is ended. Once the macro calculation is ended, we need to activate this macro. Select this, execute. See, it turns to green. If while writing formula, if we did any mistake, it's beyond the standard levels, it will not get activated. It will shows the error messages. System itself not allowed to activate once until and unless we corrected it. Okay, we created the macro, and let me tell about this fields: default, level change, start exit. Here default, and simply we can term it as a let me first of all we let's first of all let me discuss about a default event. Default means once we load the planning book, see, once we just I select this selection, once I select the selection, then total forecast get generated. Let's get generated get generated automatically once I select the selections. This means that the default macro. Default. At the time of loading, at the time of load the selections, system calls default macro. Then next, start. Here start means at the time of C, if you see example, if we enter some values 100, 200, after enter these values, if you just click on enter, automatically you get the total forecast values. That means starting up at the starting point. On default means once we load the selections, system will display automatic system will give the total forecast values automatically once we load the selections. That means default macro. Here start macro means once we load the selections, after that once we are going entering the values, the time of entering the values, we get the total forecast value. Okay, this is about start macro, which means start event. At the time of entering the values, system calls start macro. Next event is level change. Level change means at the time of drill up and drill down, system calls level change. Let me show you this one. A level change event when it calls at the time of drill up and drill down. For example, here I load the all data. Okay, here I load the all data. Now in the brand level, I load the all data at the brand level. Now I would like to see the detailed level. See, I just load the values at the brand level. Now the values are 3750, 3750, 3750, 3750. I just total forecast values as a, if I write the macro for total forecast, then I assign it to the level change type. Once I load the selection, then I once I click on detail all, at that time only the macro will get executed. Okay, The time only the macro will get executed. This is about the drill up and drill down, and this the event is the level change event. Another one is exit macro. Exit at the time of save the data, system calls the exit macro. Okay, see here I created one macro. This macro I put it in the default event. The default event means what? At the time of loading selections, system has to execute this forecast value. System has to execute the total forecast value. Okay, this is the meaning of that. Let me see practically. Before going that, what I'm doing, I'm just loading the selections, and I'm going to adding the promotions. 1000, 1000, 100, 100, 200. Okay, manual correction is 200, 200 minus 300. Okay, then I save the values. Just load the planning book again. I'm sorry, I didn't save this. We need to save this. I forget to save. Okay, I send this in total calculate. I assign the default. Then here I'm going to save this macro. Save this macro and coming out. Yes. Okay. Now the macro get created. If you see here, number of macros 1, which I created now. Okay, and that macro is default macro. I assign that macro in the default event. That's why it's shown as default macro. If I assign it as a start, then it shows the start. Then start macro. Then showing the start macro. Okay. Now, okay. Monthly. Here I'm going to loading selections. See, now get the values of total forecast here. Okay, see, forecast plus SAP APO plus manual corrections 4750, 4950. Similarly, here I give the manual correction 300 minus 300, 3890, 3590. Like that, we can create the macros. Let me go for the another macros. See, here I'm going to see the now we generated one sample macro. It's total forecast with the sample calculations. Now I would like to add the color to this key figure. That means I need to view my total forecast key figure as in a highlighted with the different colors. User one this requirement. We can fulfill it with the help of macros. Okay, for that Go to the macro keyboard. Just select our created. Find AP underscore UPL star. For monthly view, I'm going to create. Here I'm going to create the macro in the same manner which I created previous one. The same I'm going to create here the macro. Here the name as a color for total forecast. Okay, continue. After immediate macro, we need to select step here. Color for total forecast for the period of for the future periods. So total. You want to see for the total. Total means for the past and future. I'm just selecting as total. Continue. Okay. Then now here. I'm sorry. Okay. Here I did a select aggregation. Okay. No issues. Okay. Okay. Now row for which row I would like to add the color for total forecast row. And here column sort is from the to the end. That means for entire row I want to be highlighted. That's okay. Here I'm going to select the attribute change. Why I'm going to selecting the attribute change? Why? Because here I'm not doing any calculations. Here I'm going to change. I'm going to highlight the key figure with the color. This has to be done with the. This has to be performed by selecting this attribute change. If I'm going to for the values, which means doing a calculation, then I have to select value change. Okay. Now here I'm going to select the attribute change. Adopt. Okay. Total forecast. Operator. Here we have some inbuilt functions. For inbuilt functions, my requirement is I need to highlight that particular key figure. For that, we have row bg. This is one function. By using this function, we can highlight the particular key figure. Okay, and I would like to highlight that row with green color. Color code 12. I'm going to display the color code here as a 12 space 12. Continue. Then macro is get finished. I'm going to activate my macro. Macro get activated. And I'm going to assign this macro as a default. I'm moving this macro to default. Means once I loading the selections, the color has to be visible. That's why I put this macro in the default. I'm saving that macro. Yes. to get the to get this change to get these changes we have to come out from the planning integral plan scheme and load it again. SDP 94. See, this get highlighted. This row get highlighted. Okay. Then next, now I would like, that means user would like to view this history data. If you want to view the history data, he had to scroll backside. Instead of that, he want to see that history data in the screen itself only, which means in the he want to see the history and forecast at a time, history values and forecast at a time. For that reason, here what I'm doing, I'm going to copy this all previous history key figures to the history y minus 2 key figures. Okay, and this history y minus 1 y minus 2 are the auxiliary key figures. It will not involve in the planning. It's only for the it's only for the picture, which means that it acts as a mirror image. Okay, it will not involve in the planning. Just for the convenient purpose, we created this key figure. We created this auxiliary key figures, and here we are going to put the past history values in these two key figures. Okay, for that same thing, select this one, macro, copy history to y minus 1, simple macro only. See, assigned button. For this macro, I'm going to assign button, which means that by clicking that button, button, values has to be displayed. Let me show here. Here means once I load the selections, once I put I'm going to select one button here, one additional button. If I click one button here, the values has to be displayed. That is my requirement. For that thing, here I am going to choose a button. If I click this button, then the copy here history values will copy to the y minus 1 history key figure. Continue. After immediate calculation of the macro, we have to create a step. Okay. The step is copy history to y minus 1. For the period, which means that yeah, yes. Here I'm selecting as a for 1 year. For 1 year, let me show you here. Which means that from here I would like to get the history values of month 11 2019, month 12 2019, and month 1 2020, month 2020, month 2020, month 4 2020, like that. Like that value I have to get here. Okay. I'm sorry. Month 2020. Forget. We're in the 2020 now. I think we are in the 21. Okay. For the 12 periods. Continue. Okay, is equal to history y minus 1 row history y minus 1 start from 1 2020 adopt operator already sorry okay, let me cancel. I don't want this. Delete. History is equal to row next level history on the history for the last year, which means that from the 11 2019. Okay, continue. The next step. I'm going to get this another step. Append. Sorry. That. Here I created one step. Copy history to y-1. Under the same macro, I'm going to create another step. What is the name of the step? Copy history to y-2. For what periods I want this one? y-1 is for last 1 year. For -2 for past second year. Okay. Just a minute. Just I'm sorry, I'm back. Yeah. I created one step. To copy the last year history. Okay. Now the same manner. For 12 periods. You can set the 12 periods also. So directly it will get taken. To get automatically changed here. See, if you see, select here automatic column adjustment from column, which means that in the next month, 12th month is coming. It if December is started, it automatically change it as we no need to change. We no need to change manually. Directly, system automatically change it as 12 2020 11 2021. If you enable this option, okay. Continue. Under this step, I'm putting a row history -2 starters more than 2020. Value change itself only is equal to row next level history value column start from 28. Continue. Okay. Here, yeah, like this. The macro compression is created here. What I did here, under a single macro, I created 2 steps. Let me change this name. Copy history to auxiliary key fields. Okay. Under that, I created 2 steps. One step is to copy past 1 year history to one auxiliary key figure. Another step to copy past 2nd year history to the one another key figure. Then here I am going to execute this. Select it, execute. It's activated. Okay. And I here I assign one button here. Once I click on that button, only the values will get changed. Otherwise, it won't. Okay. Here I'm not going to put this in any level. Default level change start to exit. Why? Because here I already assign one button. If I click on that button, only this macro has to execute. Okay. That's why I'm going to say once I save here. Okay. To get this effect changes, come back, load the planning book again. See, this button will get will get raised. People is not it was not there. Now it will be available. Value is available. Festival is also available here. So what I'm going to do, I just simply clicking this button. No, history is populated. I no need to give I no need to go back and see the values. Instead of that, initially I'm leaving the values here itself. This is the benefit. Okay, this is another macro. Like that. These are all the simple calculations. In the similar way, we are going to create the multiple calculations also. We are going to create I'm sorry. In the similar way itself only, we are going to create complex macros to do. For example, if you want to use a if statement, the condition. Sorry, if you want to use some conditional statements, in that case also we can use the macros. With the help of macros, also we can create the. Let me show you here. See. See if you see. Let me explain these elements. Here macro means is standard thing. User exit macro. User exit macro means here we are going to create an user exit macros. Some with the help of some with the help of ABAP teams. Here we're going to create the macros with our own created macros. So that means some fields will not be available here. That means some calculations will not satisfied. That means some fields, some elements is not up to your level. That means you want to go beyond that. You want to go beyond that. We want to create the some additional apart from the additional we're going to introduce. With the help of ABAP team, you can create our own macro. But this has to be done with the help of ABAP team. Then step. Once we created a macro, we had to go to step control statements. Control statements. Control statements means if let me show you here macros. Let me put the macro here. Put some test. Step. Test. See control statements. Creating next. If we have if that means conditional. If statement condition. Here is condition. If new condition. What is the condition name? If total forecast. Here I'm giving description only. Total negative forecast. If negative forecast, which means that if total forecast is less than zero. Here again condition. If total forecast less than zero, generate the alert. That means we don't want to see the negative forecast. Forecast values are always in the positive only. The negative forecast is the wrong forecast. Then system automatically generate the we need to we need the alert message. If once the forecast is negative, we need the alert. By this alert, we have to select this alert status. We can give any name, no issues. We can give any name. We can alert type. We can put it as anything. This thing I will cover it at the time of alerts. At the time of alerts, I'm going to take care about these things. These types of examples. Now, just for the understand purpose, I'm going to tell here. If the negative value is the total negative value, system is going to generate the system has to generate the alert by using a macros. We can do this also. Okay. This is the use of the control statement conditions. Planning table, row, column, cell, area. Row it means that key figure values. That means key figure, which means that yeah, key figure values. Like that column. That means for this particular month only we want to change the values with the help of column. You can do that for a particular area for particular cell. That means for this cell only we want to do the we want to write the macro for this particular cell only we want to write the macros. We can do it for particular area for particular area also we can we can write the macros. This auxiliary table means this is only for the this behave like auxiliary key figure which we discussed at the time of planning book creation key figure attributes. We discussed about the auxiliary key figures like that, like the same functionality also here has to be done, which means that it will not show in the database, it will not save in the database, it will act as a mirror image but samely that means whatever standards, whatever the standard planning table is there, in a similar way for all these fields we are going to apply, we will going to apply the auxiliary fields. Okay. So operator functions. Operator functions here we have so many operators like into plus minus dividend less than or equal to some additional absolute values. Absolute abs means absolute value, actual column, actual level, actual like that. We have number of fields, we have date, time, more fields we have. See, these are fields. These many fields we have. This will be used by the user's suggestions. That means user want to view the data in different. The user want to calculations in different manner. With the help of user inputs, we can select the operators. This is about the macros. This is about the macros. And tomorrow in the coming sessions, I will cover some topics. Some topic means I will repeat it this. I will make a repeat of this concept with some additional with some additional features, with some additional options. Then you will get to know about the complete thing of the macros. This is enough about the macros. This is enough about the macros. Ongoing, if you want this short work on the real time, then you get to know about the complex macros also. Complex macros, everything we get to know. And this is enough for to do the simple calculations, to perform any calculation. But most of the 75% projects we will use the simple calculations only. Simple calculation we are going to use the in some projects, in some critical projects only, we are going to use the complex calculations. Okay. Yeah. Here I covered the here I covered the topic of the today I covered the topic of macros. Tomorrow means that in the next coming sessions I will cover some additional options in the macros, some additional options in the macros, and the pending thing, and pending this in this setup activity is the proportional factors, and this I will cover in the coming sessions. Okay, this is from my end today. Thank you.